my wife. Is that my wife? bit, and just kind of give you a little bit of details on what we're seeing here over on the Hurricane Reconnaissance flight. We do have another plane going right into the eye now. Looks like the last update that had still at 8:05Z, about 15 minutes ago, would have been at about 910 millibars. So it looks like we are still seeing that similar pressure. Has not really changed. It has not started the weakening process yet. Should expect the winds to be remaining at about 155 to 160. All of those pink color bands on the radar that we're looking at is high, really deep, cold, tall cloud tops. So they are between -80 to -100 degrees Celsius. I'm going to lower the mic volume a little bit here. There we go. And so that still shows very strong convection in the upper levels. So I would not expect this to weaken yet, although it does look like the eye wall may be becoming a little more disorganized. Now, whether that may mean an eye wall replacement cycle, or if that may mean just a little bit of wobbling in the track itself. The size of the eye itself has not changed. That strong convection to the northeast of the actual hurricane itself is going to be bringing those earlier saturating rains to the same area that the hurricane's going to hit. So the ground's already going to be saturated. So that additional rain is really not going to help all of those people that are going to be victims to this hurricane. Although with the hurricane itself, the majority of the higher totals for the rain is going to be to the north and west of the center of the hurricane. So like the top left area, if you draw like a diagonal line from where that's going. The bottom to the right is where we're going to see the highest storm surge, and at that point it's looking more towards Cape Coral, between Cape Coral and Tampa Bay. I'm not seeing many populated areas. Checking my own apps here for tornado warnings. There were a couple water spouts just northwest of Key West earlier this evening, right around between 10 p.m. and midnight. But yeah, I am surprised to see at the lack of weakening or either another eye wall replacement cycle. Like I said, all of those pinks are very deep convection, and they're pretty much wrapped around, and they've actually increased a lot in the last little bit here. We will continue to deeply monitor this hurricane recon center here as that flight gets towards that eye wall again and into that eye, so we can really get a better, clearer picture as to what the new pressure readings would be, to see if it has begun that weakening process or if we still are sitting at a Category 5, 160-mile-an-hour hurricane. I've never done a live stream before, so I know it's a little ghetto in the bottom right, but that is the donation Cash App. I don't have a donation link because I'm not monetized yet on here, but it is the Cash App that'll be going to the Y'all Squad or to Max Velocity. They're just not streaming right now, so their donation links are not currently active. I was monitoring their streams all night, though, so I want to give a shout out to them. Congrats to Max for hitting that 500,000 subscribers. But yeah, we have not really started to see this wind shear. You can kind of see the if you look up to the top left of the screen, like northwest of the hurricane, you can kind of see the different directions of the clouds. We may start to see that wind shear coming in here in a little bit. But yeah, this radar loop always is constantly updating. It's right now currently at about 7 minutes right behind us here. We're at 4:24 in the morning. So that Z time that you're seeing is 4 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, and 5 hours ahead of Central Standard Time, 6 hours ahead of Mountain, and 7 hours ahead of Pacific Standard Time. I was overly surprised at the last 6 to 8 hours to not see the weakening that we were expecting. and to see actually just how close some of those, southeasterly feeder bands have gotten to kind of doing a little bit of rain dumping over the western side of Cuba down there. Um, as of now, Miami and the Florida Keys are not expecting that much storm surge. Um, looks like we're looking at about. We don't have an update on that yet. Still looking at about 9 to 12, up to 15, just about in the St. Petersburg, Tampa Bay area. And then down towards Cape Coral is going to still be in that 10 to 15 area. Once you get down to the Keys, it's about 1 to 3. So that's kind of where we're looking at for that. If you are evacuating, you probably should have done it already. But most people at this point either need to get towards Miami or need to go towards more northern panhandle. They will still see up to tropical force winds, but they will not be getting the brunt of this storm. From some recent GFS and Euro models, they have received a little bit potentially more news of a more northerly track. But until we get an official hurricane update next here at would be 5 a.m. So we're expecting one here in about a half hour here. We should have another cone update and everything from the National Hurricane Center, and I should be able to try and put that up on the screen here for you guys. We'll try and get that going for you here once that comes out. I'm monitoring on all of my other phones I got here and screens and everything, but this is kind of just the rudimentary things that I got going on here. I know a lot of the more popular. Oh, we should be getting some pressure readings here. So let's see. We are still seeing winds looking like that. We should get an update here in a little bit. We can zoom in a little bit more for you. Make that a little clearer. Yeah, those previous 910s were the previous flight that went out. This is a either no, they just turned around. Okay, so they're going through the eye right now, so we should get those pressure readings here in about next 10 or 15 minutes. And see if it has started that weakening process. But like I said, with that deep, like those pink cloud top convections that are pretty much wrapping around in complete circle and have been for the last, what's that, 2.5, 3 hours, I don't see much weakening. I may see it get knocked down to 155 mile an hour, which would be technically a category 4, because that's be 157 miles an hour sustained winds to be a category 5, but I would not be surprised if this continues to stay at a category 5 for at least this next update. Definitely, like I said, would not surprise me in the slightest. Let's see if we can a little bit more zoom in here. Like I said, this first stream here, we're trying to do a little fine tuning, but we are trying to raise money for the hurricane relief effort here, so just doing what we can and hoping that this can go smoothly and we can get the word out to as many people as possible. I know there's not really probably anyone in this stream right now. I have not seen anyone talking, but if I can get the word out and at least have the video available for any potential subscribers that may see this or rewatch it later on, that's kind of what we're doing, just trying to get the word out. Since there's not many late night streamers that are doing this, just like to keep something going for people that do want to tune in and at least get some of the latest, information. If you do have any more, weather-related questions or more knowledgeable questions, please do let me know. I did go to school for broadcast meteorology, so feel free to pick my brain and ask me anything. So No update yet on the aircraft recon. Gotta see here. I can add a new what would it be? Window capture. Make source visible. Not yet. Okay. I'm figuring out OBS. Like I said, I've never streamed before, but you're going to want to do the HC cone. Oh, nope, nope, no. Like I said, guys, we will be able to see the new cone here. If you'd like to see that, here is that. That is the 2 p.m. 2 a.m. advisory. It was at 160 miles per hour, moving northeast at 12. This is the live updated. You're at how far behind are we? 6 minutes. So it lags about 5 to 7 minutes. That is the live radar or infrared. As you can see, there is a huge amount of convection still. We do also have the hurricane hunters that are flying currently in. And let's see, if we refresh here, we do not have an update yet, but they were currently going through the eye about 5 or 10 minutes ago. So we will be switching back and forth between the live radar and the cone when we get an update here in about 20 to 25 minutes. Also, that Hurricane Center update should update soon here in, I would say, about the next 15 to 20 minutes as well. So we should have a new pressure reading and wind reading from that flight level, which will contribute to that new cone or surf levels or any more data that we have so we can get a better picture. Because like I said, this convection and eye wall and eyes still look very healthy. All of those pink tops are massive top of the end convection. basically where the clouds peak out in the atmosphere. They can't get any taller. Those range from anywhere from -80 to -100 degrees Celsius. They're way up in the atmosphere at about 60,000 feet. So this thing is still pumping out. You can see the gravity waves as it spins out, basically kind of like when you flush a toilet or put water down the sink. That convection to the northeast of that is just the thunderstorms that are going to produce the earlier rain and earlier ground saturation to some of those impacted areas to the south that may not receive as much rain as they would from the hurricane. So pretty much overall, the majority of Florida, besides the extreme northwest of the Panhandle, is going to expect at least bare minimum 1 to 3 inches of rain, and then the areas that get that are northwest of the center of the hurricane will get the most, upwards of 10 to 20 inches, possibly in some localized areas up to 2 feet. Now, if you guys do have any further questions, just drop it in the chat. Do appreciate it. Drop some likes. That donation link down in the bottom is going to go to a couple of the other streamers' foundations that I have. Just because they're not streaming right now, their donation active links are not up, so I'm just going to collect any that we get here and send them over to them as soon as they boot the streams up in the morning. But I figured I was up overnight and we wanted to continue some knowledgeable streams if someone was up to provide information to any of those that do work overnight or are just getting out, or maybe had gotten some of those or lived near those Everglades water spouts that may have knocked out power and are just getting back on, if they had power flashes or anything like that. So we do want to get the information out here as much as possible. We are not currently seeing much of the wind shear yet, but that is expected to happen soon. We are seeing a couple flare-ups over, western Cuba, which was expected. They're not supposed to get much rain or get much wind impacts from this. As you can see, most of those feeder bands at least from the infrared, are not out there. There may be a couple rain bands, but they're not expecting much in the way. If you guys are down in Havana, Key West, like I said a little bit ago, is only expecting at this point 1 to upwards of 3 feet of storm surge, but for them, I know that's kind of detrimental. If you guys are on the eastern side, if you're near Miami, you're looking at about the same. Once you get a little bit more north of that, it may be a little more, depending on the track of this hurricane. But we're really focusing on just north of Tampa Bay and St. Petersburg to down near Cape Coral for the direct impacts and the highest storm surge of anywhere from 7 to 9 on the low end, upwards of 15, and I had even seen some other reports of upwards of 20 feet of storm surge. So that's really where it's going to be inundated, and there's a lot of people that are going to be affected by this. Yeah, that convection, damn. All on that eastern side. Like I said, that wherever that hits, that just right side of that eye is going to get absolutely wrecked. We hope that it hits a lesser populated area, not to bear down on the people that do live there, but Tampa, Cape Coral, I have friends and family that have from both of those areas, and they've all left. If you haven't left, I would say you need to in the next couple hours here before you start getting those bans. Rain gets slick, traffic slows down again once we get towards, I wouldn't call it rush hour because a lot of people have left at this point, but if you haven't gotten the evacuations done at this point, either do it now or God rest your soul if you're in the direct path of this, because this is not looking good. Let's check back over on the hurricane tracker here. Let's see here. So we've got a couple in the eye. Don't have a pressure reading yet. These 910s are from earlier. But the hurricane hunters are flying out, and we are expecting that pertinent update here in about 20 minutes. So should be expecting that full update here in a little bit. 5. Sometimes they do come out with it a little bit earlier. But let's double check the cone here. We are still at the 2 a.m. advisory 16A. At that point, it was 160 mile an hour winds, moving northeast at 12 miles an hour, And it didn't say the distance from Tampa Bay and Cape Coral, but the cone has narrowed to essentially that entire area. So it's kind of where we're at with that. Let's see here. Just trying to make this easy for you guys to see and read as much as possible. And got a couple of windows I gotta toggle here. But yeah, we got this live radar. This is up to date as of 8 minutes ago. So we can, let's zoom out a little bit if we can. No, it's locked into that location, but we will adjust this as needed once it comes to that. It does worry me a little bit more from having been in broadcast meteorology, gone to school for this, and seen a lot of hurricanes like this before, that this eye is basically in the left third of the storm. When we saw it still in the buzzsaw form earlier, it was a little bit more centered. So we're looking at potentially an eye wall replacement cycle, which would help weaken it. I don't see many more growing factors, even though that it is going over the warmest waters right now in that flow current right up there in the Gulf. I believe those waters are upwards of 88 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Whereas where it had come from and right before the coast, it's down there about 86, which seems like a marginal difference, but it's any little bit helps at that point. And that convection northeast of that is just ripping. Wow. That's crazy. So yeah, that huge spinning outer band now that looks like it's expanding, that's, yeah, okay, we might be seeing the weakening coming here soon. Which would be amazing if we could finally see that weakening, because we don't want to see this maintain higher than borderline Cat 3, Cat 4 strength upon landfall. I know they keep saying it, but when it was tracking more and more south, it was avoiding or potentially avoiding more wind shear, and that would definitely not pose well for any of that more 30 to 50 mile an hour sustained wind drop in strength. That eye does look like it's wobbling. It does seem like it's getting small and a little more unstable. So that we could be an EWRC eye wall replacement cycle right now, or at least heading into it. Oh, that's just speeding it up. No, we'll go slower. Oh, I feel like that's a good pace here. So we can really take a look at how things are blowing up here. Yeah, at least the bands are wrapping away from Cuba. Again, I am not worried too much unless you are living on the beach in the Keys. Really the main area of issue is Cape Coral to Tampa, main area of concern. The tornado threat south of Cape Coral down towards Miami will be a little more high, just due to those northeasterly heading bands from the spin of it. That's what kind of spirals them, and or the currents, and that will cause tornadoes to form. If you're on the northwestern side, there's not much of a tornado threat, so wherever this does make landfall, you should still be concerned about obviously all of the other impacts that the storm will provide. If you're on the northwest, you're getting way more rain, less wind, and less tornado threat, but a lot more rain. So the flooding potential and water inundation in that aspect is way worse. And then even once it makes it across the Florida, the entire state of Florida, it's still going to drag in storm surge on the eastern coast of Florida, even up through Georgia and South Carolina. So it's not over until it's fully out to sea, heading towards Bahamas. I don't think it's headed towards Bermuda. I think it's might scrape northern Bahamas if I recall correctly. We haven't gotten that recent update or that next update yet, but we are waiting on that here pertinently soon. Yep, plane's headed out here. So that's should get us some data here in a little bit. Do not have that pressure rating yet. We can flip over here and see. We have a new cone yet. Sometimes they come out early. Nope, we are still at that 2 a.m. update. Yes, once again, anything that we can, whether it's a few dollars or anything we can donate to get relief to these victims here, since the federal government apparently doesn't give a flying rat's ass about us. Based on the results from Helene, we do want to get any and all help out to those people. I'll be having other personal social media fundraisers going, but any of this public forum donations that I can get will go greatly to help the overall cause. Especially with Squad, Max, and all the homeboys. They've ended their streams earlier. Congrats, Max, on a 500,000 subs. And it looks like they did expand that tropical storm watch a little further north in South Carolina from the recent one. If we notice, it now goes Myrtle Beach. Looks like. Like I said, yeah, northern Bahamas is under that tropical storm warning. Sorry. Yep, hurricane warning for the majority of basically the entire middle of Florida. Back through where Helene had hit, it's a tropical storm warning. They're probably only going to see 30 to 50 mile an hour winds, so it shouldn't be that bad for them. But like I said, this was a few hours ago, so we should see that next update here in a few minutes. Let's check back in on the recent radar here. See how we're doing here. Up to 42. Yeah, that eye wall looks like it is getting a little disorganized here. Seems to be wobbling and closing up. So that could be the start of what is to come of the weakening, which would be good. We definitely do not want to see the consistent strength that we're seeing now. Obviously, that should not happen, but most of the predictions of this storm have been honestly pretty fucking terrible. So, National Hurricane Center forecast some of their models, the A and B, they've been fairly accurate within about 24 hours, but once it gets outside of that, their intensity or pressure predictions have seemed to either over or underestimate it, but typically underestimating the intensity of the system. I do not see dry air getting wrapped in. I do see that convection still maintaining to the northeast. So that doesn't lend me to believe that it'll get downgraded much. It may go down to 155 or 150 on this next update here. If it goes to 145, I'd be surprised. Like I said, we did just check the hurricane recon. We did not have any pressure readings yet. These 910s were from earlier. They have not reported any of these yet. Over here, kind of in this area where the eye is, over here. So we will keep an eye on this. Yeah, they're flying out now. So just like to keep an eye on that. And that was at 35, so that was about 15 minutes ago. That was the last update we got from that recent recon. We'll keep that little timestamp in the bottom for you guys so you can keep track of that as well. So make sure you guys leave a like and a subscribe, and if you can, leave a donation to the Cash App link below, and we'll get all that donated out, and we'll do a stream When we do the final donations, I'll probably go live again here tomorrow, or if I just stay up for the next 5-6 hours, might just leave this on and keep it going. I like to just get the information out when there's not many other people up on the coast here, so um, just want to keep people informed and let them know what's going on. I know a lot of the bigger streamers cut off. They'll probably be going live here in a bit, but they may be doing more on-site things, so they probably have a bit of preparation work to do here. So we'll let them be getting ready here in a bit to do that. I know Reed's out. We'll be talking to them probably in a little bit here and see if they want to get joining up on something or whatever they want to do. We got the 42 out. And a little more convection, yeah. Yeah, we should be getting that, like I said, that National Hurricane Center update on about within the next 10 to 15 minutes here. Usually they're pretty prompt about that, right around exactly at 5, and that's the major updates. The major updates are at 5 and 11 a.m. and p.m. The intermediary updates are at 2, 8, and 11. If you guys do have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat here. How bad is Miami? Like I said a little bit ago, Miami is going to be under a decent, potentially tornado threat, mid-level tropical storm winds, some rain, but they're not in the major path of this at all. No, you guys are going to be able to get out of this. I wouldn't say unscathed, but I would not. A lot of people are evacuating towards down there, so it's definitely an area that you don't have to over worry about for sure. If you do live in a mobile home, though, I would recommend just making sure anything outside is tied down. The wind should not be that bad, but like I said, if there is like a tornado warning or a water spout that is headed towards you guys, if you do live right against the coast, have your shelter in place or shelter areas already designated. Make sure you stock up on, or you have your batteries, your phones charged, battery packs and everything like that. Gas stations are out, so hopefully your generators are already filled. That's kind of the advice that I would offer to you guys if you guys are down in Miami, for sure. But like I said, if you live right against the coast, you might get a little bit of storm surge. But if you're kind of inland, or if you're downtown, if you're like in an apartment complex or whatever, I wouldn't worry too much. Should we get a new one next set? We're just kind of waiting here in the next few minutes. If you guys do have any questions, just let me know. Got the cone up. Yep. If you want to see that. Drag that out to the. That'll be key messages here that we'll see in a little bit. But yes, we are waiting on both of those two new ones to come out here in this soon to be update. If we refresh the Hurricane flight, they are making another. Oh, it is down to a 909 millibar. That is the recent pressure update. So the weakening has not begun as of their recent fly through. As far as pressure goes, it actually has decreased by a millibar. So we are holding strong, and it should remain as a Category 5. And we will get a new key messages update here because this is the major advisory update. Should be getting that pretty soon as well. Which that is not looking great for those people out there since the recent hurricane hunters, if we look over here, zoom in for you. This is the recent one. The 910s were old. This 909 was from this flight that is now, I guess, turning around and maybe making another triangle pass through it. But this pressure has now dropped again, only by a millibar, but it is not in the weakening process yet. So we will hold steadfast to this and make sure that we're monitoring this until we get that new key message and cone and storm surge map here coming up very soon. I will get the Milton storm surge on here, peak surge, yes. Get this, sorry, just orienting this right to where we need to. So we can throw this up for you guys. We'll be focusing right there. Get the keys. Awesome, okay. We'll have that going for you in a second as well. Yeah, so this is the big update where everything does get updated. So we will be updating a lot for you guys soon. Let me just get this all in play here in a sec. That yet, but we will get that for you in a second. We do want to keep the live radar because that is always updating. Like I said, the aircraft reconnaissance updates every about 5 to 10 minutes. Pressure seems to have dropped a little bit. We're expecting that update here in a few. Yep, and there we go. Okay, so we are going to throw this up for you guys real quick. The NHC cone. We remain at 160 mile an hour winds. We are now moving northeast at 14 miles per hour. Does not seem the cone has adjusted much, but we shall see. See if the storm surge is not updated yet. What has not changed. Okay, so we'll get that up here for you in a sec. Excuse me. Storm surge map does remain the same, and we are still looking at 9 to 13 out to the west of St. Petersburg, right on the edge. Tampa's still looking at 10 to 15. From Egmont Key down to Boca Grande, we're looking at 10 to 15. Boca Grande down to Bonita Beach, we're looking at 8 to 12. Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12. Between Palm Beach and Sebastian Inlet, we're looking at 1 to 3. Between Sebastian Inlet and Altamaha Sound, looking at 3 to 5. All the way up St. John's River, looking at 2 to 4 feet. Bonita Beach down to Chokoloskee, we're looking at 5 to 8. Chokoloskee down to Flamingo, we're looking at 3 to 5. And the Keys, we're still looking at 1 to 3 with Dry Tortugas at 2 to 4. So that seems unchanged. Fortunately, the pressure has basically remained the same, dropped to millibar. Track has remained the same. So we're going to switch back over to the cone. Oh, sorry, not the cone. Go back over to the radar. And I will see if this key message has updated. It has. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and go to key message. So the key message. Highest inundations of 10 foot or greater is expected along a portion. Yep. That seems to be it. Okay, that seems pretty surface level. So, yes, that is a new update. Remains the same. And it's not looking good. But that is the 5 a.m. update, where it remains a Category 5 hurricane. Pressure's still at 909 millibars. Actually, sorry, it dropped from 910 to 909 millibars. And winds remain at 160, and they're still gusting to about 200 miles an hour. So that's not great. Again, it did appear to me that maybe in this next update, if you see that eye, it seems to be wobbling a little more or becoming a little more smaller, which may indicate some eye wall replacement cycle since it does seem fairly off-center. There was a lot of deep convection bursting out on that easterly side. But in the last few, it has subsided a little bit, but not enough to give any indication of any positive news, I guess. Some of those northerly Cuban supercells are kind of popping off a little bit. Those are just little feeder bands. We're not really expecting much down in Cuba. But again, I do want to remind everyone, Cash App down in the corner, Gingy Crypto, all of that will be going to either Max's or Ryan's streams once they pop it up in their donation links. I grab them from them in a message. Otherwise, we are just collecting them here for the night, so we can tally it up. They are going to a 501c3, so they are tax deductible as well. They will go to any and all hurricane relief, whether it's supplies, rebuilding, or anything, since apparently our federal government, our current administration, doesn't give a flying fuck about us. So, based on the response or lack thereof from Helene. If you guys do have any pertinent questions about any specific areas, I'd be more than happy to explain that to you. And in the meantime, I did see a couple more people join, so we will kind of flip through here. This is the new cone. Not changed much. Still looking at between Cape Coral and just north of Tampa, and just north of St. Petersburg for a landfall. Key message didn't really outline much. Still inundating storm surge, which you can see here. Has not changed. I think it might have increased slightly just to the south for the Keys, but I don't believe it had changed any. So that is going to be the same from the intermediary 2 a.m. advisory and the 11 p.m. major advisory. And we are going back to the satellite there. Just want to keep that, make sure that we're still looking at that at all times. Just see if anything strange pops up or if we get any little convections that could indicate any water spouts maybe popping up in any particular areas. But for now, it seems like just that plume to the northeast is just going to be a slight rainmaker kind of headed in as a precursor to what we're going to see, later on this afternoon. And for anyone that does not want to type it in, that is the donation cash app for anyone that is interested. Oh, looks like in that last one, we're seeing a little bit more convection on the southwestern side, and it's puffing out a little bit. So that eye wall may just be doing a little wobble, and it may be kind of going still buzzsaw. Not seeing much wind shear yet. It does seem to be doing an easterly wobble, which would mean a more southerly landfall, more towards Cape Coral. We'll go over here and see if they've made another pass. They're flying, looks like that way. And they should be coming back in, so we may get another one coming soon a little bit here. That recent hurricane tracker that you guys see in the right hand top or the right hand side is the most recent update from them. Radar does update every 5 minutes. I will go through storm surge updated map again. It's not particularly changed. Key messages, no change. And the cone, pretty much no change. Intensity has remained the same. Will remain a hurricane across the entire, width of Florida. Should make landfall, as at this point I would expect a Category 4 at about 130 to 135 miles an hour with gusts up to about 155 to 160. Sorry, guys, had to take a little break there, grab some food. It's been a late night. We will come over here and refresh the aircraft recon. This 909 was based on the most recent NHC update. Which, if you haven't seen it, we will go show you. New cone. Track stayed the same pretty much. Intensity did stay the same. Pressure dropped 1 millibar. It's now moving at 14 miles an hour to the northeast. Still maintains winds at 160, gusts up to 120. Key message did not provide much information. We can blow up the storm surge map for you there if you want to look at that for a little bit. Right, and we'll go back to that radar. And this radar was always updated every about 5 to 10 minutes. It does lag behind about a few, but that eye does look like it's kind of shutting off, so we may start to see that weakening soon here. This next aircraft recon will determine exactly if we have started that weakening process yet, or if that's still delayed a little bit. So that's kind of what everyone's banking on. Does look like it's wobbling a little more north, but we will not get a cone at the next advisory at 8. We will only get one at 11. We'll just get an intensity update at the 8 o'clock one. But I mean, the pressure should indicate, in the flight level winds, we'll be able to kind of discern what's going on with that. So. Appreciate the love. Thanks for dropping by. If you guys have just popped in, I can cycle through this again for you all. Hurricane tracker off to the right. Refresh that for you. I think I just did. Shouldn't have any future updates. Yep. This 909 was based on the recent 5 o'clock update. So pressure did drop slightly. Intensity stayed the same. You can see the eyes moved a little bit. So they're going to cycle around, come up here before they redock back up in Mississippi. And then we will come over here and kind of cycle through updated storm surge for you. So that's going to be an updated storm surge map. It did not change since the previous 2 a.m. advisory for the 5 a.m. So it does still all include basically St. Petersburg down to Cape Coral for kind of the inundation. If you guys are in Key West or Miami, don't have much to worry about unless you do live immediately on the coast. Key message was not really in depth as like they usually like to have, so I'm gonna kind of just shy away from that for now until we get a real much better in depth one. And then the cone here, I'll leave that up for a little bit for you guys. Sorry, I'm going in and out here eating breakfast, but the cash app listed in the chat and down in the bottom right is going to all 501c3 nonprofit organizations towards getting direct help to all these victims, since our government sucks and they provided basically shit all for help for Hurricane Helene. So I decided I'd take a drastic turn away from my normal content, since I did go to school for broadcast meteorology, and kind of wanted to touch my passion, make sure that the word got out and people are being informed and making sure that they're as safe as they can. I'll just keep cycling through these for you guys. Turn off the cone. Back to the radar for a few here. NHC flight radar over there. Our flight path has just been updated, so that should update here in the next about 5 to 10 minutes. This the most recent storm surge, depending on where you guys are. Obviously, this is immediate coastline. I would say within about 5 nautical miles of the coast. This would apply mostly to you. If you are looking for warnings and watches, we can go towards the cone again. And all of that in, well, let's see here, if I go over to this, and I can zoom in for you. Oh. So, yeah, so all of this red, if you're basically in the cone, that's anywhere where the eye can, or the center of the hurricane can be. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the only spot the hurricane is going to be at. So that's why all of the red are hurricane warnings. And we do have to heed a lot of attention to this. Like I said, the speed did pick up. The speed is now at 14 miles an hour, so they did know that the hurricane itself is, going to accelerate a little bit, which means, unlike Dorian, where it had stalled over the Bahamas, it's not going to do that this time, especially over Florida, because that would be even more catastrophic than it already would be. But yeah, it's going to be a major hurricane at landfall. Anywhere in between that box of the red probably should have evacuated. I know there was a lot of them. I know Disney itself is even closing, which is extremely rare. I think it's only the 7th or 8th time since they've been open that they've actually closed operations down due to being in the middle of Florida, kind of near Orlando. And it still will be a hurricane once it departs on the eastern, the Atlantic side of Florida. And then that, basically from where that H is on the right side of Florida, up towards, like Georgia, that's where that, coming from the top and going down back storm surge will be. And that's why we have that storm surge map where it's kind of yellow on that eastern side, because that other side wind will whip the water back down. So you guys do need to be aware of that if you do live on the eastern side and you do live right along the coast as well. I'm going to go back to the radar here. And I'm going to finish my breakfast here, so give me a few. And it looks like actually a quick update here. It does look like that hurricane tracker flight is headed back into the eye of the storm. So I would expect here in the next, well, next little bit that look at that time right in the corner there, that we should be seeing some updated pressure readings, and that will definitely give us a better indication as to what this hurricane is currently doing. Some of their wind models tend to be kind of hit or miss, honestly. But based on the structure of the eye, I would say that it's probably weakening a little bit at this point. Let's make sure you guys are dropping a like and a subscription here. We are going to be continuing this live stream here, and are definitely going to be doing another one at some point. Either if I stop this morning to sleep for a little bit, or if we do one later this afternoon headed towards landfall. Looks like those storms are still kind of ripping off the northern side mountains of Cuba. Those are really nothing to be worried about. Like I said, the hurricane itself, as you can clearly see, is the actual circulation itself is well off to the north of Cuba by probably about 175 to 125 miles. So if you guys are from Cuba, definitely no need to worry about any direct impacts from a Category 5 hurricane. You may see, some rain, some light winds, but this is definitely the Central Florida, and well, actually the majority of Florida, but definitely Central Florida focused. All right, sorry about that little break there, everyone. Just had to get a little bit of food in me this morning here. Not sure if the sound levels are all right, but I think I've tried to adjust them accordingly. Yeah, let's see if we got another hurricane recon update. Nope, not yet. Oh, should have one in about 15 minutes here. So they do 15-minute updates. We should be getting one very soon here. Well, probably need a different color, don't I? How the fuck do I change? Oh, colors. Edit colors. Darker? Okay, I don't know what the hell I'm doing with this shit. Oh, there we go. All right, let's back up. I don't know. Yeah, we definitely will be getting some new data here from that recon flight very shortly. And that's going to be pretty interesting to see. Well, I do appreciate the people that are tuning in. We are going to keep doing this for quite a while, so the more we get in, the better it is. There you go. Maybe that highlights it better. That slide something under there. See what the eye is doing on the latest one. Oh, eye is closing off, so that is good. We're going to see definitely an eye wall replacement cycle here. Yep, I just went through, so we'll be getting pressure data very soon here. I think it will definitely get downgraded here to a Category 4 hurricane. We're going through an eye wall replacement cycle, it does appear, based on this infrared, or the cloud temperature here. That eye is essentially gone away. Just make sure we're looking at the most recent one. Yeah, that eye is basically gone. So that is good news. Like I said, we did just get that new hurricane recon data in the top right that kind of looks like Patrick the Starfish. See the plane leaving it now. Should be taking one last pass just kind of around the outside of the hurricane. It's going through the eye wall or the eye right now. So we should get that data probably at the next 10 or 15 minute update here, which should be coming in, yeah, I'd say about the next 7 to 10 minutes. And then probably about 10 to 15 minutes after that, we'll get another pressure reading. And I would say it's probably up to about a 918 to a 920 millibar, maybe down to about 150 mile an hour winds in a upper end Category 4 hurricane. I don't foresee this maintaining Category 5 status if that eye has completely, basically evaporated at that point. Now, it is going through extremely warm waters, so if we are going through a second eyewall replacement cycle, we may see a little bit of more rapid weakening like we had seen about a day and a half ago, and then a little bit of strengthening. But this is definitely not going to make landfall as a Category 5 hurricane. We still are expecting a high in Category 3 or low in Category 4. Just kind of waiting on the recon at this point because if we go over here, we can check storm surge. That's the most recent update. It's been refreshed as of about half hour ago. Nothing much changed. It might have been heightened a little bit due to like a 5 or 10 mile shift south, but I'm pretty sure it stayed pretty much static from the previous 2 a.m. update. And the cone at the half hour ago update, it still was as a Category 5 hurricane. Speed had picked up from east-northeast at 12 to now northeast at 14. We are seeing a little bit of wobble of the eye, and it seems to have pretty much gone away. We had about a 10-mile eye earlier. Now it looks like we might not really have an eye. So that'll be interesting to see in the next 25 to 45 minutes to see what that eye does, if it's just angle of the satellite or if it's truly going through an eyewall replacement cycle, or if we are starting to get that wind shear and some dry air into it. The convection is still very deep. All of those pinks are still there. The storm's still churning. It's not dying out. We are just kind of hoping that this is a little first sign of that tad bit of weakening before we approach the western side of Florida. Once again, Cash App in the chat and down in the right corner of your screen. All of those are going to go to a 501c3 to donate towards hurricane victims. We will be doing a further live stream later this afternoon and doing our first bit of contributions if we receive any. And then later, later on Thursday, once the hurricane is off the east coast of Florida, we can get a better picture of the damage, and we've concluded probably another live stream. We will do our second round of sending off those donations. It does look like we're about to get a feeder band of that convection off of that northeast corner. It looks like a little bit of dry air's getting in, so that could be disturbing that eye there. If that eye's shutting off like that, now that this radar is 7 minutes behind, so the next update should, if it closes off and we don't see that pinhole in the center anymore, that is extremely good news. But we are going to keep this going no matter what, so I'm glad you guys are tuning in and making sure that whoever does tune in, or anyone that you guys do know, is as informed as you can be. Because this, no matter what, it's going to weaken, but no matter what, it's gonna be devastating for a large portion of Florida, no matter what. So this is just something that we wanted to see a little bit earlier, and may not have wanted to see this late with these recent aircraft recons. So let's actually check back in on that and see if we've got no update yet. So still waiting on that. Probably stay on until we get that next intermediary advisory. Do want to see what the 8 o'clock one gives us. Then probably after that, I may cut the stream and see where we go from there. So until then, we'll just keep on keeping on. Please, do shoot any questions you got in the chat. Basically an inactive chat, so that's great. If you guys do need or want information about any specific area or region, or you want to know kind of rough time frames as to when it's going to hit you, or storm surge inundation, just let me know. I can pull up charts or graphs or anything for you. Actually pull up the storm surge one right now if you guys are curious about that. Like I said, there is not much change since the previous couple updates. I know at the 11 o'clock last night update, they'd expanded it a little further south due to a little jog to the south, but the 2 a.m. advisory did not provide that. If we go back to the radar, we did get a secondary update, and it looks like the eye is pinning out. It's a little more. We still have deep convection, though, so I'm not getting too overly excited about much weakening yet. But like I said, we are waiting on this hurricane recon to update here. Hopefully, still at the 925. Should get one here in about 5 or 10 minutes. It's kind of what I'm hoping on. And then we'll be able to hopefully get a pressure reading here soon, or maybe at the next update, and then we'll actually get to know what level of weakening from that eye kind of dissipating that we've seen. Because it could be a lot. If we've got some dry air wrapping in, or if wind shear's kicking in, we could see it knocked down by 10 miles an hour instead of 5, which 150 or 160 is still devastating. Same thing with, if it makes landfall at 125 or 130, it's basically the same. Storm surge is still going to inundate everywhere it's going to. That's just, minimal semantics at that point. But we do want to make sure that everyone is informed as up to date as possible, since it is pretty much in the wee hours of the morning, and most of the larger, more consistent streamers have not really taken to yet. They're getting their rest now, and they're getting equipment ready to deploy. If you're Reed or people that have ran late streams like Max or Ryan. So I'm sure they've got some stuff coming soon. I know Mr. Weatherman, he's probably going to come out with a tropics update here in a little bit. So I may check on that and see what he's got to say. But yeah, it looks like that eye is pretty much pinning out. I still see the gravity waves and all the convection, so I don't see. Maybe that western side is getting a little bit of dry air in. But yeah, we're just kind of waiting on that recon at this point to see where we're going. Finally got an update here on the recon. Yep, so looks like the plane's turning out. Not got the pressure update yet, so that's going to be the big one. The next update, at least we updated on. Still looks like the same winds, or similar. It may have dropped. Like I said, it may have dropped. We can actually check another piece of data here. If they do have it available. Check this one. Not sure if they have. They have not on a drop sound. Ooh, here we go. Let's see here. Ooh. Okay, so we're going to hope. Hold up, let me throw this chart up here for you guys. drop this in here for you. So we're gonna go over here. This isn't good. So this was their previous recon, and you can see it came in. There's the peak. It looks like the wind peak remained the same at 150 knots. So now this is surface peak 10-second wind speed. Yeah, does not look like it has weakened much. Maybe a slight change in pressure, but I'm not seeing it. But yeah, so we're looking at these peaks here. And whether they went slower here or not, I'm not sure, but it seems to be that maybe they're circling the eye, they circled the eye this time, with maybe a little, lighter conditions. But that does not look like it is weakened, which is interesting, because if we look back here at the radar, it does appear that the eye is kind of going away. Pretty much has at this point. That could be, marginal error in the infrared, but I would not take it to believe so. So that could be interesting. Because that's not it's not weakened at all. Technically, 150 knots is 172 mile an hour ground speed. So I wouldn't say that it's weakened, but it appears to visually have. But scientific data from an aircraft recon will provide much more data than I can assume or presume from a infrared satellite image. But that's kind of where we're at now. We will wait for the recon to update here so we can get a little better pressure reading. Because if that 909 does drop and we get another one here that says, honestly, anything under a 912, the winds aren't going to have changed. If it goes up to like a 915, it may knock it down to 155, which would technically put it at a category 4. 5 miles an hour, like I said, doesn't particularly mean much. It's going to have the same impact. That means nothing. We're just waiting for this intended or supposed wind shear, or maybe a little bit of dry air for that cold front to kind of push it, pull it, kind of start throwing it faster, ripping it apart a little bit. But this thing is still classic buzzsaw. It's still got those gravity waves coming out. This thing looks mean. And that huge convection. Look how big that's getting to the northeast of it. Wow. Yeah, this is going to be a huge rainmaker as well. More to the northwest side, as I've said before. But yeah, this is north and west of where the eye or the center of the storm is, primarily most rain. Southwest, most storm surge. Right near it, most wind. That's how these storms work. It's based on their rotation. As you can see, all that pink, the convection, that's the bigger winds, tends to be on that right side. Eye is closer towards that other side, but that puff is, all that rain is blowing out towards that way. So it's gonna be an interesting next 24 whatever hours here. Just trying to check in, and we'll see if we got that pressure data yet here. We do not have the pressure data, but let's see if we have our recon Recon sounding data. Let's refresh this. Got any more? Yep, still peaked, 150 knots. It's 172 miles an hour surface winds. Yeah, I don't see this thing having weakened in the last hour at all. There's no way. But maybe pressure. Maybe the pressure. We'll kick off that. We'll go over to Storm Surge again for you guys. Like I said, has not really changed since the 2 a.m. advisory. Maybe a little bit since the 11 p.m. shift a little farther south by like maybe 10 miles. Still leaves Tampa Bay kind of in, I wouldn't say the bullseye at this point, but potentially in the bullseye. Any evacuation plans you guys had should have been done already. Key messages didn't really outline much, and the recent 5 a.m. update cone here. At that point, it was still moving at in the northeast direction. Actually, it shifted from east-northeast to northeast and has started moving a little quicker, from 12 to 14 miles an hour. So that's a little better. But otherwise, we're going to keep this live radar going just so we can keep the most up-to-date information available for you guys. And like I said, I'll be always kind of shifting and zooming in that aircraft recon flight over there so we can get that recent pressure update as soon as possible. So eye is pretty much disappearing, but that convection's ripping. Yeah, and it looks like some convection's blowing up northwest of the hurricane now. So yeah, I don't see what the hell they're talking about in some of this at all. Anything that you guys could donate to any hurricane relief victims, please do so. Cash App is linked in the chat if you scroll up as well, and or it's on the screen as well. All of those will be getting donated at the end of tomorrow's live stream once the hurricane has moved offshore. I do want to do another kind of decently long-term live stream just so we can follow this as it tracks across Florida, and especially towards landfall, and see kind of how this all progresses. So we're about this point, say 16 to 18 hours away from landfall. So a lot of things can happen in that time. Any of the updates that we do get could be very important. And once we get this next pressure update here, yeah, it's flying out. That's still looking nasty. I'm really not liking that recon wind speed, even though it looks like this eye is kind of blowing out of itself. It's really not looking good because, yeah, if you look at that recon, it's not jiving. 159, that's 172 miles an hour, so that's 12 faster than the last report at the official advisory. This is their most recent, recon from 14 minutes ago. So this is really not looking great. Flight level winds really haven't changed. They went opposite directions. Same thing. Pressure drop. Pressure's up to like, what, 9, would that be like 914, 915? May see a little pressure increase here, which at that point would be helpful, but like I said, that's a marginal increase. It may push us from being 160 miles an hour down to 155, but I don't know. If those readings from that craft are correct, I really don't see that happening. I don't know if this is just another secondary eyewall replacement cycle, which would be concerning because it's over 88-degree water currently. So we could see it would weaken but then it could strengthen back a little bit, and it would still, make landfall as a Cat 4 or high-end Cat 3. So that forecast hasn't changed at all. Still making landfall as a major hurricane. Still storm surge, and throw that back up again. See a couple more people in here. And anything we can do to help would be great. Not that anyone cares, but we shall see. This most recent radar was 2. It's less defined, which is it's close enough. It's gotta do something. It's gotta. I mean, we'd all hope this just goes poof and goes away, but that's not gonna happen. So, but northeasterly outflow from it and those precursor storms, they're still ripping. They have not. Well, they're calming down a little bit, which they're still gonna saturate the ground. But we're gonna take anything we can at this point. See if we did finally get that new pressure reading from National Hurricane Center Recon. We have not. They are flying out. Looks like they're going off screen here. But we are waiting for that new pressure reading as they have just made that secondary pass. 909 was from the advisory. And we will. Let's see here. What do we got? I guess we can see if the recon has made a update here. If they're. Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, they have. Hold on. Throw this up on the screen. So they have flown out here, as you can see the new update. Let's come back in. Surface peak wind speed. If that is accurate, it matches or beats what it was, hour and a half prior for the advisory update that you see on what I showed you earlier. And the pressure they updated. Oh, it looks like it may have stayed the same or dropped. So yeah, I would not expect this to have. In the years of studying hurricanes in college, and in person, this eye is dissipated. It shouldn't, but the satellite images don't appear to reflect that as much. The width is still there. It might just be getting clouded out, so we could just be going into an eyewall replacement cycle. But time shall tell. Time shall tell. I'm going to take a 10-minute break here, just to freshen up for the morning. I will be refreshing this, so please stay on, stay tuned. If you do have any questions, I will be answering those. I just need to mute myself for a few minutes here. Alright, guys, just had to take a quick break there. I am back, though, and we are. Yeah, look at that eye wall. It's getting pinched, and we may be getting to start seeing some shear or an eye wall replacement cycle, which is definitely conducive of some weakening. Now, yeah, this Hurricane Recon, I don't know if it's updated yet. They're way outside, and they gave a pressure rating at the edge of 965, but that's not even in the hurricane. So we're gonna wait for a final update from inside the center of the storm here for that one. You can see it's like literally off the map. Um, Scroll out here. So yeah, we'll probably get a new recon map here in a little bit. But for now, we're kind of focusing in more more over here, kind of where that is. Did not mean to do all that. I accidentally hit the the wrong button. We are just awaiting this new pressure reading to see if that confirms my assumptions on the radar here. Oh, see, they kind of took it away because it was way up. We are waiting for the pressure reading to pop up over here. I suspect it may be around a 915, which may be able to knock this down to a 150 or 155 mile per hour category 4. Which, like I said, does not really mean much, but it means we are in the right direction of that intended weakening or assumed weakening that we are hoping for and should expect here. If not within the next hour, then definitely by the next advisory update here in 2 hours. I just posted the donation thing again in the chat. If you guys are able or willing to donate, like I said, they'll all be going to 501c3 tax-deductible nonprofit that does send all of their money to hurricane relief efforts because our government does not care about us. And no one, even from Helene, is getting federal funding. So we want to get ahead of the ball, make sure people are well informed about this hurricane, make sure people know what's going on, and make sure that people are getting the assistance that they do need. So anything you can, it would contribute, that would be much appreciated. Should be expecting this. Need to go out a little bit here, just get that timestamp in. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, we should be getting that probably here in about the next 5 to 10 minutes, maybe with a pressure reading, coming from that just top and to the right of that 909 where it says it on there. This radar does look like it is headed in the right direction though, so that is somewhat assuring. But like I said, we can't get too ahead of ourselves until we do get confirmation from the National Hurricane Center that the assumptions that I or other people are currently making are actually what is going on and what's happening. So I'm not going to get our hopes up too high, but would like to assume that things are beginning to trend in the the better direction of weakening. But that is all hinging on. Oh yeah, that eye is. But the convection. Yeah, this has to be an eye wall replacement cycle. There's no way it's not. Look at that deep convection, basically wrapping around the whole thing. It might even just regain its current eye. We don't we don't know yet. It's too early to tell, but we would like to hope or assume that that would be the case, um, so that we can kind of start on another, the advisories or so, narrowing down the cone, figuring out exactly what the strength will be, how much it's going to weaken, and exactly kind of get a more definite answer of what we're looking at. We're pretty sure, we've got it narrowed down to a decent amount, but we don't want to be too too sure just yet. Before there's this last one or two updates. Once we get within that 12-hour, that's when we really got a good idea. Yeah, it's still got the eye, but it's looking sloppy. Looking real sloppy. Real sloppy. Let's see here. I don't know if we have... Go to the recon. I think they're probably done. Yeah, they're done. I mean, I'll throw this up for you real quick. They're... The surface winds they had were the same, but like I said, that to go over pressure. I don't extrapolated sea level pressure. It's gone up a little bit, but we're at like a 9, yeah, like a 9, 14, 15. Flight level winds are the same, surface level winds are the same. So it's extrapolate an EWRC from that eye wall replacement cycle. It's just, I don't know. It's very... It's a very impatient waiting game, essentially, is where we're at right now with that, unfortunately. But, we're kind of, riling it in where it's getting figured out. It's getting figured out. And we will we'll know soon enough. I said if that eye completely goes away in the next half hour, I wouldn't be surprised. But I also wouldn't be surprised if it just reappears and it's like nothing happened. Who knows? Who really knows at this point? It's a lot of hem and haw and guessing and trying to guess, or We'll get a couple people in here. We'll shoot over to the recent recon. Like I said, surface level wind based on the recon stayed the same, but we'll check soon. There's a storm surge. Throw that up for a minute here if you guys want to check on that. Figure out what area you guys are in, and just figure out, immediate plans. If you do need to evacuate, probably should have done it already, but if you haven't, probably do it now. Leave the stream on, throw it on your TV too. If you got your phone, whatever, and throw it on your TV, crank up the volume if you're packing up, just get out of Dodge and make sure you guys and your family and your pets are safe. Don't leave anyone or anything behind. Key message, like I said, wasn't really important. We'll leave up that cone a little bit here for you as well. Cone was unchanged. This is the previous update from an hour and 15 minutes ago. At that point, it was moving northeast at 14 miles an hour and was gusting to 160. As we can see with this eye, it is dissipating somewhat, but the convection is still all there. So I don't foresee this getting particularly much weaker, at least on this next update. I'm just kind of waiting for this aircraft recon to post up their next pressure level. They have made a turn though now, as you can see. I don't know if that's kind of rearranging this or if they're gonna send us a new image area, but it's kind of what we're sitting at right now. So kind of just waiting for the data to come in. Like I said, you guys, if this is your only current live source of information that's not lagged behind news stations that are gonna talk to you about some bullshit on one end or the other, then leave this up. I'll try and keep it pretty just substance level weather knowledge for you, not bring anything else into it, and kind of keep updating you if y'all are still in the evacuation process. We do want everyone to be safe. I have left the donation cash app on the screen and in the chat for anyone that can or would be willing to donate. They're all going to 501c3 profit, y'all squad, and it's with Ryan and Max, other weather guys on the platform here. They're just not on currently, so I'm looking to do some additional fundraising for them. So anything that we can send together would be more pertinent just to send as a group. And then I'll have all of your guys' information to give shout outs and we can do a whole thank you post together. That was kind of our idea. So that's what we're thinking right now at this point. Just looking to make sure we get the information out to people, making sure everyone is safe and making sure that everyone does stay informed as well, but also that if they do have any last minute preparations to do, if they are in the extreme danger zones, that they are making sure that that is their focus, but they are making sure to leave whatever source of live feed information is still ongoing and available to them in the background, whether it be on a phone, TV, laptop, tablet, or multiple sources of that around your house, so you can stay listening in case any breaking news information happens. I do appreciate all of the support or viewership that we've gotten here. It's not much, but anyone that's watching, that's one more person that I feel is informed. So that's one more person I feel I've helped. So any little bit I can do to help anyone is fine with me. We still have not got that recent pressure reading, so we'll keep checking on that and see if we got another recent radar. Looks like we got some more convection southwest. Ooh. Yeah, I don't. This might be doing a big wobble. That just could be what's going on here. Because we can still see it's hovering around the central pressure. It's not like the hurricane's going away. Just like that northwest corner. I don't know if that's where the shear's coming in. kind of see some of the convection evaporating there, the IR. Huh. Yeah, hmm. I, I don't see this going as far south as Cape Coral. I'm saying that right now. If it does, I would be extremely surprised. I would see a marginal shift maybe, excuse me, to the south, but definitely not something in the way of that would be an eye wall hit on Cape Coral. But you guys are gonna get probably the worst storm surge that there is, unless this goes a lot more north and we get a big. It's jogging to the north, but then Tampa's in the way. So this is a very hairy situation for a lot of Floridians, and I wish them nothing but the safest and the best in these trying times. But it's gonna be a very very tough next couple days for that for millions of Americans here. That convection's insane though. And if you guys are riding it out and you've made that decision to ride it out, well, cheers. Hope you got your your necessary supplies. Food, water, batteries, gas for a generator if you got one. Sturdy home if you need to go up high. Um, let's see. Weed, beer. I don't know. Cigarettes. I don't know what you guys are into, but I've heard the gas stations are pretty much out of everything. So I hope you got whatever y'all needed. And that's kind of all that we can really do to wish you guys the best at this point. What day is today? Wednesday or some shit? I don't know what the hell it is. These are anything? Sorry, I'm just reading something. 250 times. Yeah, it's not bad. Sorry, doing some math here, kind of running some calculation. Oh, yeah, it seems like it's holding together a little more than I'd expected. So I was taking my dietary supplements. Let's check finally. There's recon here, see if we finally get that pressure update. No. Hmm. We'll be getting another one here soon. Kind of curious as to why we haven't gotten that. we have any more flight data? Oh, well, they're outside. That's kind of where they're headed. They may just be going back to refuel. They may actually not be headed back into the center here. Oh, sorry, I didn't even throw that back up on the screen. Sorry, you guys couldn't even see what I was looking at. Yeah, so this is where they're at about 12 minutes ago, kind of on that last recon update. What the hell is it? Oh, top right. Yeah, you can see they were headed out of the storm, I believe. So yeah, we're looking at flight level winds. Well, flight level winds higher appears to be. Extrapolated sea level pressure slightly went up. Surface wind speed stayed the same. And they hit less of a rain band. Only time will tell. That is extremely contingent and just hinging upon whenever they want to. Looks like that eye might just not be fizzling out as much as we expected it to fully, so may remain stable enough for maybe not an eye wall replacement cycle. Might be getting some dry air in there. Well, we really need to see how much this is going to jog to the north. If it goes more north-northeast or northeast. Because right now, a dead northeast would place it right dead between Cape Coral and Tampa Bay. If it goes north-northeast, dead Tampa Bay. If it just started jogging east, which it won't, but that would be, South Cape Coral. But it's not going to do that. It's got too much atmospheric pull to the north at this point. It's got that cyclonic feature, so that won't happen, but we just need to see how much to the north it's going to pull here. And what this eye is going to do, because if what this eye does by this next advisory here in an hour and a half, that advisory will tell a lot more information than we know currently, because they should be sending the other aircraft back out into recon here. If we check here, do we have another one coming in if it's updated? Oh no, they are going back into it. So 913. There we go. Got the new pressure. Yep. So we are at 913. Like I said, it did go up a little bit. I was expecting it to be around 915 or 913, which is good. But they are headed back into it for another sweep here, and they're coming from that direction. So that maybe it may start dropping, or the pressure may be going up quickly here, which would be great news for those on the west coast of Florida. That would be, obviously great news for them. So I was not sure that they were going to take another pass at it. Wasn't sure if they had to go back and refill and they were sending out the other craft, but it does appear that they are continuing on with this one for now. So we shall see how that plays out here. And like I said, in the next half hour to 45 minutes, and we will keep an eye on their recon. So if we go back to the recon here, I don't know if this is updated yet. Yep, so you'll see it start ticking up here. And we should see some of the other data off to the right here. So that will also be indicating when they get back into the crux of it. But for now, we will leave it up on the radar and give them their little bit of time to do that. Like I said, there's not much. No one's really asking questions in the comments here, so there's not much point of talking much at this point. So I'll let you guys just kind of look at the radar. I'll kind of pan through it every few minutes, and just kind of wait for a major update. I think we got a new radar update here. Hold up. Not that. What do we got here? It looks like it's got, yeah. It looks like an eyewall replacement cycle. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna assume. Yeah, we do have the recon headed back in. See the plane headed back into it on the top right. Storm surge map up for you, those that are especially on the west coast of Florida. That is especially important. We will run through this a couple more times here, so we got some new viewers in. If you are willing or able to donate, please do so to the Cash App linked on screen, Gingy Crypto, or the one in the chat. Same thing, same one. Those will all be going to 501c3 nonprofit for Y'all Squad. We do want to raise as much money and awareness as possible, so I am doing this overnight and probably will continue this through the morning for awareness and safety reasons. We'll go down to the key message. I'll give this up for a few minutes so you guys can read that. Wasn't much substance to it. Do have a better one here if you want the comb. And this was the I'm sorry, the 5 a.m. advisory. So we were showing 160 mile an hour winds at that point, but this new recon coming out here, it looks like that eye is kind of reforming a little bit, so we may not have totally lost it. But yeah, at that point, still Category 5. But this aircraft recon here, that we will zoom in a little bit more for you guys. So they are they're zooming in here. And once they head back through, the 913 was the most recent one when they headed this way. The 909, when it dropped a little bit pressure, so 910, 910, and 909. That led up to the most recent advisory that I just showed you that said it was 160 moving northeast at 14. The 913 is another recent one, and they're going to grab another one before we get the 8 o'clock advisory here within the next hour and a half. So we'll zoom back out a little bit here just so you guys can get the timestamp as well. And just keep this radar going. See what this eye is doing. So that convection is still ripping at this point. But if you guys do have any questions about any specific locations, as we are expecting this to either be an eyewall replacement cycle or this wind shear to start taking place, please let me know in the chat. Please let me know any questions you have. If you have any location-specific questions, I can bring up the storm surge map if you would like. Any expected times of arrival. We are expecting tropical storm conditions to start impacting the western coast of Florida between Cape Coral and Tampa Bay, probably around 6 to 8 o'clock tonight, with a landfall around midnight to 2 a.m. Here is the storm surge map once again for you guys. And like I said, we are going to be live streaming through the 8 o'clock update and potentially longer than that, because I want to make sure that while no one else is live streaming, you guys have a lot of live updated information, no bullshit on the side, not waiting for news people and commercials and all that crap. Just ask me a question, and I'll look it up for you. There's not many people in here, and if you need help, we will give whatever you need right to you. And I can actually zoom in on the storm surge map a little bit better for you guys, so we can kind of go in towards the more impacted areas. We'll do that for you right here. And I will keep this updated the entire time, just in case. We'll do refreshes on everything every few minutes, just to make sure in case any new updates do come out. So there's that storm surge map again, like I said. In the last 1 or 2 advisories from Manklody River to Egmont Key on the western side of St. Petersburg, it has gone down from 10 to 15 to 9 to 13. That is still second story of a house inundating storm surge. It is still life-threatening and catastrophic. So if you are still in those areas, you need to either be leaving now and make sure that you have some form of this information going on a phone, laptop, tablet, or whatever, but make sure you have your batteries, gas, because you can't get much anymore, portable batteries, generators, additional clean water. If you still have potable water, running water, fill up all your jugs. Get that going. If you have it frozen, that was great. Additional food, snacks, especially protein, vitamins. Make sure you take vitamins with you as well. Because some of these places may be inaccessible and uninhabitable for quite a while due to broken bridges. Same thing we saw with Helene. There are places that are still inaccessible or extremely hard to get to at this point. But evacuations should pretty much have been done at this point already, if not within the next 2 to 3 hours. Let's go back over to the cone. I'll zoom back in on this for you. Just in case. So we were seeing that this was the, this central time, but this was 5 a.m. update for you guys, and it was still at 160 miles an hour. It had shifted from the previous advisory from moving east-northeast to northeast, so a little shift towards the north, and had sped up 2 miles an hour from 12 to 14. Still is going to make landfall between just north of Tampa and just north of what the hell? Coral. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. Between, like I said, about midnight and 1 a.m. And it should at that point have hopefully gone down to about 125 to 135 mile an hour. So mid to high end Cat 3 to low end Cat 4. At that point, it doesn't particularly matter. It's going to be dangerous no matter what. You still need to heed everything. And let's hop back into this radar and see if we have another update. And we're gonna unpin this random PGP tab that we have here. Just trying to look up some fucking WikiLeaks stuff, but that didn't work out. Gotta love freedom of information. We're actually looking up weather modification reports because I had some people in a previous comment or chat earlier talking about conspiracy theories. So we're trying to look that up. We're not doing that here. We want pertinent information. It's getting too close to here to talk about, random crap. Ooh, those last couple updates, that strong convection from the northeast has really started to form another bloom a little more to the west of where it had been. That eye is definitely not as defined. The convection is wrapping around, and it's probably going to hook back around and form another pretty decent eye, it looks like. I wouldn't be surprised, though, to see this finally get downgraded to a Category 4 for that update here in about an hour and 20 minutes, though. Would definitely be my assumption. Once again, we'll put the feelers out there. Anything you guys can or are willing to donate, please send it over to the Cash App listed on screen. They are going to a 501c3 profit for hurricane relief. We do just want to make sure that the people get financial assistance if the governmental authorities are not going to provide them help, as we have seen with Helene in North Carolina. So we would love to see that happen, and anything can and will help. I will match anything up to $100. Um, I'm not rich. I can't really, match thousands of dollars, but I can match up to the first $100 that is donated. We can get all of that sent over. In a couple bouts here, we'll do another live stream later this afternoon once we're headed towards landfall, and then we'll do another kind of like wrapping up once it escapes off the east coast of Florida, wrapping up and figuring out once we kind of start tallying up damages or the results of it. Once I see footage from inside from some other storm chasers coming out and everything, we can really assess what has happened, where it's happened, and what needs to be done to start the recovery process here. I do appreciate anything you guys can and will do to support that. Sharing this, liking it, subscribing, anything you can do to support this and any other efforts is greatly appreciated. But the main focus here and the people we do need to be thinking about primarily at the forethought of our minds are the people that are going to be affected and may potentially and will lose their lives due to this. Because this is an extremely powerful storm that, yeah, we'll be talking about weakening here in a little bit, but not to the point that it's not gonna make sure that everyone is safe, so that has to take precedence. Yeah, I am in an hour behind East Coast, but I will be going, like I said, I've been going for a few hours now, and I'll be going through at least the next advisory here, and probably, a good half hour or so after that, just so we can make sure all the data is in and I can give all of that pertinently. So we've got a good 2 hours left here. Good amount of time to get some data in and really see how this storm is what it's transforming into now that it's approaching land and kind of getting into some different environmental factors here. I know we're going to hit some upper level wind shear, and we're going to hit some maybe a little bit of drier air from that cold front that's north of us in like I don't know, like kind of like south of Tennessee area and northern Mississippi kind of area, I believe, where it's at right now. But I do want to make sure that we leave all the pertinent graphs on the screen. Those will show all the all the effects of all those other residing factors. So we'll make sure that we leave all the pertinent ones on the screen. Actually, I do want to follow up at this point and check on this aircraft recon, because that eye still is looking, it's not as healthy. Headed back in. Ignore the 960 over here. That doesn't mean anything. So it is headed back in. So yeah, we should be expecting, like I said, about another 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, it makes sense. Right about an hour before the advisory goes out. They like to hit the eye. They digest the data, and then they'll send out another update here. So we'll kind of refresh everything. We'll hop over to the recon. I'll throw that up here, and I will refresh this data and see what we're kind of cooking with now. Yep, so as they head back in, you can kind of see they bottomed out. They're headed back in here. So this wind's starting to go up. Pressure's flight level's gonna start dropping and everything. So we will see kind of where this goes. Like I said, it may take another 15 or 20 minutes to update, but as long as we're getting the word out and making sure that people are, paying attention, they're in here, they're sharing it, they're getting it out to who needs to know when to get out, and everything like that. That's exactly what matters, and what every single one of us on here that is live streaming this whole system and across the entire process that we all want to make sure happens is that everyone is doing as much as they can to be safe. So at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. Yes, I. This next recon is gonna it's gonna be something. It's everyone's got their fingers crossed for good news, but who knows, you know. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this um, before, as far as intensity of a hurricane. This quick, this spot, like that. Yeah, this is insane. If you guys are new to the chat, come on in, say hi. Let me know where you're from. You know, if you have questions. You know, if you want me to look up a specific spot in Florida or whatever and let you know what you're expecting, I'm more than willing to do so for you. Convection, though, is crazy. Even the eye just looks like disintegrating. It's weird. I do appreciate everyone for tuning in, though. Um, I know I started pretty at a fairly odd hour, but we did have a little spike in viewers a little bit ago. I think we got up to like 12 or 15. That was pretty decent to see. Never really done live streaming before, and if we can get out information to, you know, a dozen people know 100 people each, and say even just 10 of those people that each person knows are in that state, like, you know, we're getting information out, and that's all we can ask for. Wish it was more, but, you know, with a smaller following, obviously, you know, there's challenges posed with that. But we can just ask for, you know, safety and well-being of everyone, and do what we can to try and ensure that. And the cat has woken up and is trying to, buddy, I'm trying to get water and help people. You can sit down a second. Wait, stay there. Gotta love it when the cat is way too cuddly at, you know, 6 o'clock in the morning. see what we got here. A new radar update. Actually, I want to slow it down a little here. Yeah, northern wobble, which is not what we wanted. Ooh, that took a direct north. Ooh. See how that recon's doing here. If we got another update from these guys. They're heading into it. Alright, so, yep. Next couple ones is the ones that are going to matter here. That's what's going to tell us the most important information. Has been a decent stream, though. We've got some people that have come in and out, you know. No one's really asking questions, but that's fine. We'll just, make sure that everyone's getting the information. I'll do a little quick cycle here through it all for you guys. Refresh this one. It's bad boy. Yep, see? As that kind of comes up here, they're heading back into it. They're already at, 75 knots, and that's going to spike quick. So they'll be getting more data here. So that'll be interesting to see kind of how that pans out. Back to the storm surge map. There's no update on that, and there won't be until that next update here in about an hour and 5 hour and 10 minutes. But we will be updating that chart as well. But yeah, that flight level, those hunters are heading right towards the eye wall right now. We should be getting that data here in the next 10 or 15 minute update. And then, like I said, that major advisory update is going to come here in about an hour and 5 hour and 10 minutes. Beyond that, we'll go back to the, oh shoot, the wrong button here. Until I don't stream. Go back to the key message. If you guys want to read that, I can scroll in a little bit for you here. Kind of just summarizes some of the other sheets I've given you, just in case that had a little bit of additional information. Didn't think it was really helpful. We can change this over to the earliest arrival of winds. So this is when it's barely going to pick up. This is a really kind of crappy map, I think. But we'll have that up there for you just in case if y'all find that one interesting. But the cone here is kind of more of the interesting one. Like I said, this is the most previous update, which had remained it as a Category 5 at 160 mile an hour winds with up to 200 mile an hour wind gusts. Now, when it says winds, those are over 10 seconds sustained, so that would be 10 seconds or more constantly of 160 mile an hour winds, and then the brief gust upwards of 200 miles an hour or more, which at that point is pushing like EF3, EF4 tornado level of winds. So it's pretty insane winds. Just in case you guys weren't aware of that, but we will shoot it back over to the radar here and make sure we keep that recon one kind of in the back burner here. I know we had just updated it, and so we'll get another update from the aircraft recon probably here in about 10 minutes. But this radar one is the one that updates the most quickly and is the most pertinent. Is that convection kind of had dissipated in the northwest corner, but seems to be wrapping around again in the eyes, kind of maintaining itself. It looked like it was going to fizzle out, but it seems to be maintaining itself enough to the point that I wouldn't put my hopes up on, kind of seeing it dissipate as much as I had initially thought or anticipated, which isn't good for those that are located down there, especially some of my friends and family as well between Cape Coral and Tampa, including both of those specific locations. But just trying to get the word out there. I know we've had couple people bouncing in and out all night, a few dozen. So anyone that we can help, especially in these overnight hours, anyone that works overnight shifts or whatever, or when there's not any other more major YouTubers to tune into. Love to have everyone drop in, as long as they're getting information. It's kind of what matters. It does seem to be losing a little bit more of that classic buzzsaw. The western end is getting a little more flat. So we may be going or starting that process and going extra tropical at this point. Obviously, that's not going to happen until after landfall, but this is the early first steps in seeing weakening or any sort of degradation in a system. Obviously, 5 millibars, it's still a 915. That's still extreme, or 914. It's still extremely low for a hurricane. This is the first hurricane in history that had ever gone below 905 millibars twice, and was the second strongest Gulf hurricane on record at 897 millibars at its lowest. So this is by no means a weak storm. This is by no means one of those Cat 1 or 2s that people get made fun of or degraded for evacuating if they were overly concerned. Sometimes you can never be too careful, and obviously everyone's situation is different, especially based on type of construction of house. If you're in a mobile home, an older home, or you live right on the coast, you need to be gone basically right now, if not already, if you're even able to leave. If not, you need to go to the safest either neighbor's house that's still there, if they have an actual foundation house. If you're in a mobile park and you have some people that are nearby that live in an actual constructed home, or if the bridges or roads are not closed for you to evacuate out of that area and even get to slightly higher ground or more inland, you need to do so immediately now. Leave this on the phone in the background while you're driving your car, or on the TV as you're packing. That's fine, but that needs to be your forethought, and especially the first thing that you're doing, because seeing the lives lost in the hundreds and still near 1,000 unaccounted for from Helene, and who knows the tens or hundreds of billions of dollars of damage, this could or may be worse than that. Because, well, knowing Floridians, they don't like to evacuate as much, so that needs to be something that should have happened already, but if not, needs to happen now. So, as long as I can provide the information enough, pertinently, and quick enough to let you guys know that what you need to do or when to do it, then I will take that as a success. Yep, they bounced in and out, I believe. Yep, that little green is where they hit the eye, and then they're leaving and they're going back. So we should get more data soon here, and we should really get a better picture of what the storm is doing. So we should get that update coming here soon. Not sure if you guys had any questions in the chat there or not, but let's see here. Just trying to look up and see if I can get another live camera here. Bring up a live cam for you. Cape Coral may not be live right now. Some of the ones I'm looking up here. I'm just trying to see if I can pull up a live feed for you guys. Ham's Tampa Bay. Clearwater Beach. St. Petersburg Beach. Oh, here we go. I will add this one for radar for you guys as well. There we go. That's what's looking like pretty gross. But we will leave that off for now. We will keep this live thing going. And we will check the recon and refresh this here. Alright. So it looks like on one side, still looking at the same. It looks like they may be coming to a peak or might be a little weakening here. I'm not sure though. It does not seem to have peaked and started to drop off yet. The surface pressure though does seem to have risen to about 920 millibars. Which is definitely some signs of weakening, as we are expecting. So that's good to see. And we will definitely keep this radar the primary one. Or not that radar. This infrared. Seems that eye is still kind of forming, but we will definitely keep this in tow and make sure that everything is going on or everything that goes on is being reported to you guys. The eye is definitely weaker, so that is definitely a good sign. Definitely should have dropped to a category 4 at this point. So I believe the advisory will probably put us kind of in line with what they were expecting. Within just under an hour here for the 8 o'clock advisory. As expected, we should probably be down to about 140, 145 mile an hour winds. Maybe 150 at most, but I'd be surprised if we saw that. Based on the recon already leaving, unless they're sending another one in the next 20 minutes, but there was none on the radar or on that map, so probably be down to a mid-high end Cat 4. Like I said, probably about 145, 150 mile an hour sustained winds, maybe gusts to about 170 to 185. Pressure probably up to about 918 and 924 millibars. And the cat is purring on me. Not as much as this hurricane is purring, but I do think we've had about 200 or 300 people turn into the stream so far, so do appreciate everyone that has done that. Don't know if we've received any donations for the Hurricane Relief Fund, but we will keep on going no matter what. Like I said, we'll probably be going here for about an hour and a half or so. Probably get a good 4.5, 5 hour live stream going, and make sure. Yeah, it looks like that eye's wrapping in again. Let's see what we got going on with radar. And just a lot of some of the preliminary feeder bands headed up, getting saturated. Throw up the recon again. See if we got one more. Oh. Okay. So what are we at? 140 knots. 100. What's flight level? 150 knots. Still there. What they recorded, still 150 knots. Which is still. Well, they didn't get a dot at the top. So their assumption based on the dots are probably going to be 140 knots. It's like 160 miles. It's going to stay the same. We might drop at 10, so it might go down to 150. Pressure. Yeah. Is. Yeah, it's probably at about like 919 and 922 millibars. I would expect. Storm surge map again. Not get another update on that for about another 50 minutes. And that may not even update, depending. And the cone will not update until 11 o'clock this morning. So, got about 4 hours for another cone update. They were expecting this to go down to about 145 by then. Kind of aligns with what we were thinking and what we're seeing, but the storm has been extremely unpredictable, so we don't want to make too many assumptions ahead of that. And that eye is really not organized right now. It's made a northern jump, though. I think it might be heading more north-northeast now. They may, in the advisory, if this maintains, they may change it from northeast to north-northeast, and we are expecting it to go from 14 miles an hour to about 17 to 21 miles an hour, probably by either the 11 or the 5 o'clock advisory. Once it's much closer to landfall, it'll start moving a little bit quicker. And that's when should start seeing that wind shear coming in, maybe some dry air, and more disorganization of the system. Not too much, but enough to knock it down, like I said, another from where it's at now, give or take 25 to 35 miles per hour. But once again, if you have any pertinent questions about specific locations, please let me know. We will refresh this aircraft hunter recon. They're heading out. We should get this pressure reading soon here as they're heading back out to touchdown, unless they're making another loop. I would not expect it. They've been going around here quite a bit, but we shall see. If you guys do have any questions, please let me know. Looks like that some of those stronger convections that were coming off of Cuba are starting to dissipate a little bit. It looks like northern Cuba maybe kind of getting away from this. It does look like Milton's growing a little bit as it's puffing out. Definitely. But that, like, we were expecting that. The original tropical storm wind field was about 200 miles. We are expecting it to grow to about 500 to 550 miles, which is still a little bit less than Helene. That was about 600 or 610. But it will grow as it approaches and makes landfall in Florida. That's why the warnings and wind field is so large, especially with the storm surge, because this storm is pushing a lot of water towards that western coast of Florida. Yeah, please, if you guys do have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the chat here. And in a second, I will pull up a couple other maps for you as well here. Just gonna do a couple little things here and kind of preparing for some other things going on today. So just gotta get ready for next live stream and everything, and do a little bit of prep work for you guys. But we will be refreshing this in a second here. It's definitely interesting when it's your first time doing any of this stuff, so that definitely doesn't help. You're trying though. Trying to learn and give you guys the best information that we can. Just trying to throw up a thumbnail, and then we'll get another one going here. It's interesting trying to learn how to do this when you're trying to help people. But like I said, it's a learning process here, so I mean, I'll leave it going, worst case, but I can honestly do that, but I'll probably just have to make a couple adjustments here, and we'll get some things going. We get some different ideas or whatever. But I had to change that, see if that works. Got that going. Let's see what the eyewall is doing here. It's still looking a little disorganized. Back to recon. They're probably out of the picture at this point. Yeah, we're out of the picture. We're just waiting on that next pressure indicator here. And we'll actually turn that off and see if we got a new one here. So just give me a second, guys. We have a separate one here. I took a different reading. It's up to 917, so we will throw this back up. Just wanted to get something a little better for you. So throw that back on. There we go. It was 917. So they have multiple recons going here, so and they open secondary tab here just to see if they do have a secondary one. Switch between them two. That was Air Force mission. Ah, okay. So the NOAA mission at that was at 55Z. So all right, we'll get this one back up too. So the NOAA recon, and then I'll show you guys the Air Force recon again. So that one with all the zigzags, it's the Air Force recon. And then that's the NOAA recon. So we'll get this one went into the eye more recently, so we'll leave the Air Force Recon on. We do have the NOAA Recon. St. Pete, radar again. Still looking a little crazy. Got some lighter rain coming. Back to the recon chart. They're headed out, as you can see. We'll get more data from that soon here. Don't want to jump too much on that one. Storm surge, nothing's changed there. So we will kind of leave it as is for now. Let's focus more on this IR loop. Kind of just wait and see what we got, honestly. Still got nothing from over the center. That little green is to the top right of where that 913 little kind of line is. That's what we're looking for. We shall see. We are getting an update here within about 35-40 minutes, though. So Let's see if we have another update here on both of these aircraft recons. None on NOAA. Do we have one on the Air Force? It's the one on screen. 917. Ooh, a little lower than I had expected. It is weakening slightly. You know, it's gone from 909 and 913 to 917. That is probably going to be the final one. If I come up here and show you guys that one is not updated yet, so we don't have another update. But that I don't know if they flew through the eye particularly recently on that one. I'll leave the most recent update here. They're both heading out, and they should be going back to refuel. Sorry. So let's see here. So the St. Petersburg radar. Another little band coming in here. Yeah, otherwise we are kind of just gonna wait here for a little bit, see how this eye progresses. Did a north wobble, now it's doing a little east wobble, so it's kind of shimmying. Yeah, I'm probably thinking 20-25 miles south of the Tampa Bay, inlet area, kind of just above the midway point between Cape Coral and Tampa Bay for a landfall. And we will get the wind data here in a little bit. We do have the pressure data at, what was it, 917, I believe it was. 917 millibars, yes. So I do appreciate everyone that has and is tuning in for this. So any way we can get the word out is much appreciated. Yeah, guys, so we're just gonna kind of refresh it again, see if the aircraft recon. Yep, so we are at the 917 millibars. Do have another infrared update here. Looks like that eye wall is disintegrating a little bit. Still have a lot of convection going around outside of it. And the recent recon, and we can throw that up on OBS here. What the hell do we have it as? Oh, not that one. Recon. We can see that, sorry, we have exited that. Should be at a little weakening, obviously, with the pressure. Like I said, gone just under 920 millibars. It was at 917, like we just saw. So that's good. We got the storm surge map here. You can see that. That is not updated until the advisory. Key message, same thing. This will not update until the 11 o'clock advisory, and that we have actually moved over to the expected wind times for everyone. We do have the donation link up for everyone. And then we have the cone, which again will not update until the major advisory at 11. The last update was 160-mile-an-hour winds moving northeast at 14 miles an hour. From the previous update, 165-mile-an-hour winds moving east-northeast at 12. So it is speeding up a little bit. Still going to make major landfall, or major hurricane landfall, at about 1 a.m. Thursday, like I said, about midnight. Based on that wind field, we are going to see that kind of happen a little bit sooner. Right around 2 o'clock this afternoon, tropical storm force winds will start heading into the area. And there's the St. Petersburg radar for the stream. We do have about just under a half hour here until we get another major update from the National Hurricane Center. I'm going to take a 5 or 10 minute breather, catch up on some stuff here. I'll probably just leave the radar on for a sec here. Catch you guys in a sec. All right. I'm not stopping the stream. I just got to respond to some stuff. All right. We are back. And we are going to be able to refresh this stuff and check in to see how exactly we are doing. Apparently we've fallen off a lot in viewers here, but, you know, it's whatever. We will check the aircraft recon. So that one seems to be out. So we may AF recon. No. Let's go to that one. See where they're at. See what they got. Oh, okay. So it does look like, guys, that we do have the NOAA flight headed into. What the Sorry, I got all my wires tangled up here. Charge cables going on everything here just in case, but we got the NOAA. The previous one that I was showing you guys was the Air Force aircraft. This one's NOAA, and it looks like they're headed back into the storm to get a secondary pressure reading, as the storm seems to be exploding a little bit, as the ice seems to be disintegrating a little bit. So we're going to keep an eye on this one, and we're going to leave this one back up on stream. I will run through the other things for you guys, though. So Air Force Recon is out for now. Here's the St. Petersburg radar. It looks like those bands are moving in. Should be expecting a little bit of heavier rain and some heavier stuff. If you can see in the bottom corner, it looks like some of those other secondary feeder bands from that not really associated, but like preliminary kind of plume that's coming out there. That should be coming into you guys in the next like 5 to 10 minutes starting. You'll see a little bit of heavier rain here for the next about 45 minutes, and you should see a little bit of break before the things start kind of going downhill later this morning and especially into this afternoon. If we're going into the recon here, let's go back into here, see if we have any other flight level data. So they've cut off. Yes, so they are done. They are done. This is completely done for now. This is AF 300. So I will turn this off and see if I can get the the other one for you. The chart. You know what I'm talking about. All right. Noah, there we go. All right. Throw this back up for you. All right. So as we can see here, I'm not liking this at all. They're not taking surface. I'm not a fan of that. If this is flight level, I'm not. Okay, so they took a 915. That was surface level predicted pressure, which is 2 millibars lower than what we were looking at. So we're gonna kind of zoom in on this one a little bit, and we'll keep that kind of going for you in the background. Storm surge we're going back to again. They are obviously coming back into this, so we shall see what the new expected. These are flight level winds, so they're a little different. They're not surface level. If they're not reporting any surface levels, so we're not too sure about that. But I'm reading the MSLP, so the red line here is what we're really looking at, where this dips to. If it goes lower and this chart adjusts, that's not good. I expect it to be up here, where it's like a 925. That's what we're hoping for. We will go back to the IR chart here and see what we're dealing with. Apparently everyone has left the stream, so yeah, we're just kind of waiting on this next update here, honestly. So I am going to grab a snack here. Oh, actually, no, let's check on the recon data. We have not updated that yet. Last one was at 25Z. We should be getting one very soon here. I'm going to step away for a few minutes, and we shall check back in a second here. Not going away. I'm just going to leave this up here for now, because these are the most important ones. Alright guys, and we are back here. Sorry about that, just had to step away for a second. Yeah, we are still awaiting the new National Hurricane Center update here in about 10 or 15 minutes. This is their NOAA recon flight that was heading right through. The Air Force did have another one go through, and I forget what their millibar reading was at. If we check here, it was also 917. and they have flown back to refuel. But we do have this NOAA one coming in. If we do hop over to recon, and we hop over here, we check. It does. Oh, it does look like it's weakening quite a bit. Although they're flying to a different height. So 100, well, that's flight level winds. So those have knocked off on their reading, but then they're not getting surface winds. Whereas the Air Force, they had surface winds. There we go. See? That matched. And then they cut off. Their flight winds had obviously decreased. We were at, I don't know, 140. And now we're looking at the recon for NOAA. And those have decreased 30 knots. But their data is cut out here. So, and this is too soon to an update. So I'm not sure how they're going to assess that. We're going to put it back on this. And I'd be curious to see what this update in a little bit does. I do foresee it definitely going down to a Category 4, though. There's no way they keep this at a Category 5. It is a very powerful storm, but it's not a buzzsaw. It is definitely a Category 4. I would not be surprised if they dropped it to at least down to 145-mile-an-hour winds, like I was saying. They expect it down to 130 at landfall. If it's going through an eyewall replacement cycle, which it looks like it has or is doing currently, that would not surprise me if that was also the reasoning for the weakening as well. It doesn't look like there's any specific dry pockets of air. Like the convection still seems to be wrapping around the storm, so it might not be the wind shear or dry air yet. Let's see here. The storm is expanding. Oh, convection is going out a little bit, so it is definitely weakening. I'd be very curious to see what they downgrade it to here. I know they're downgrading it. It's not going to be a Category 5 anymore in about 10 minutes here. So I will get the Hurricane Center advisory here going. If we go back. Nope, here we go. All right. So if we go to, oh fuck, well, the hell did I have that on? Cone. So look over here. Public advisory 17 8 a.m. Winds will begin to increase along the west coast of Florida by this afternoon. Preparations, including evacuation if scheduled to do so, should be rushed to completion this morning. Summary of 8 a.m. Eastern Time. About 120 miles or 195 kilometers west of Dry Tortugas, or about 250 miles or 405 kilometers southwest of Tampa. Maximum sustained winds are at 155 miles an hour. Present movement is still northeast, but it is now at 16 miles an hour. Told you to be speeding up. Central pressure is only increased to 915. Anything else that's updated here? Northeastward motion is expected to tonight. Turn toward the east, northeast, and east is expected. Okay, so it's going to turn again. Like I said, it's a Category 4 now. Hurricane winds extend outward up to 30 miles from the center, so a 60-mile radius. Tropical storm force winds are now a 250-mile radius, or 125 miles. 950 millibar. Anna Maria Island to Boca Grande. Tampa Bay. Oh, Tampa Bay storm surge is downgraded to 8 to 12. Well, that's big. That's big. Boca Grande, Bonita Beach, 8 to 12. All right, we're gonna zoom in on this one. There we go. That's huge. Okay, so Dry Tortugas is going up from, I believe, 1 to 3 to 2 to 4, or they may have stayed the same. I'm not sure. Do I have one that hasn't updated? No, Dry Tortuga stayed the same. Chokoloski to Flamingo stayed the same. And Collodi to Egmont has gone from 9 to 13 to 8 to 12. Anna Maria to Boca Grande is still 10 to 15. Tampa Bay has dropped. St. John's River still 2 to 4. And Altamaha to Sebastian has dropped a foot, so instead of 3 to 5, it's 2 to 4. That stayed the same up to Edisto. Okay. Okay, so it has gone a little far south, and that was fairly expected. Less weakening than we expected. It's still at 155 miles an hour, which is 1 mile an hour under a Cat 5, but technically it's Cat 4. Okay. So we are going to flip that off, go back to this, and now leave that on. And do we have any recons coming through? Or okay, so we should expect another pressure from this one soon, because they won't report this for. Oh, they may have already sent it in, but they've just gone through the eye. So well, at this point, I may be leaving this in kind of autopilot for now, and throwing something else up in the top right there, but so storm surge updated. There it is. It has. Okay. So we are going to do that. Oh, that would be a good one. Nah, we'll do the storm surge because that's updated. Alright, so it looks like we're going to get an update here from the new NOAA Recon as it's flying back through the eye. So we should get another pressure reading here if they are flying through it again. We'll see here in a little bit. We are going to leave this radar up. I will cycle through very quick. We are going to go to St. Petersburg radar. It looks like they're getting some really heavy bands coming in there. Really heavy bands. And yeah, it looks like those heavy bands are coming into St. Petersburg pretty quickly here. I'm going to take that off. We're going to go to Recon and see if that one is showing anything updated here. They are headed back in here, and it looks like those winds are headed up, so we will get that reading back here in a bit. They are not doing surface level winds, but we will get extrapolated sea level pressure, and that will determine how much the storm has weakened or strengthened. We're going to see that here in a little bit. We'll go back to the storm surge map in the top right, and we will bring that up here and double check. Yes, don't believe that has updated at all. No, it has not. Looks like it's going to be the same. Let's see here. Key message is not updated. It's got nothing. Yep. And key message, live radar. Yeah, looks like we are all good on that. And the Air Force Recon, I don't believe has gone out again. Otherwise, the infrared seems to be a lot of convection on the. Oh, it's re-strengthening again. Jesus Christ. This storm is going to fuck them so bad. See what we can toggle between. We're gonna go back to this aircraft recon and see if we have a new one from them. Let's see what we got here. Go to Recon Noah. Their recent one had put out. Oh, they're headed right back through here to 1405Z. That might be a little outdated, so we're gonna pull that for now. And I am going to refresh that. For the meantime, we will throw up St. Pete radar, and I will try and refresh some of these and see what we're looking at again. Just get all of my notes here going. Let's see here, do we have aircraft recon mission 20? Got that. We have another one for, yeah, we have a NOAA mission. Got that. Air Force seems to be out. Yep, so Air Force is done. We will keep the, or sorry, no is done, but we have the new aircraft recon here. So we'll keep that going. We have St. Petersburg going there. We have any other maps here? Do I have this on another map? I do. So that one can go. Oh, oh, those go back there. Switch over back to AF Recon. NHC Cone should be over there. This, well, I need to check this to see what we're looking at here, because I don't know what the formatting is looking like, unfortunately. So that needs to be sized up to the screen. Yep. That needs to be sized up to the screen. There we go. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. All right. Now we get it all back online. That back. And any of these new aircraft recon missions that come in, we will be awaiting them and seeing kind of where they're flying, and seeing what they're doing. Surge. What do we got? So we got Storm Surge there. Oh, so that's okay. Oh, so that one's gone. That's there. Storm Surge is there. Oh, NHC Cone is, so we'll do Storm Surge, because then NHC Cone is supposed to be the cone. Is the cone. Recon, St. Pete. Do that. Okay. Like I said, I don't know if this is actually live. The plane is flying out, so we should have another indication here. But it seems to be moving out of view. So we will take this with heed as we proceed here. Sorry, we're just getting a little reoriented here. Had to rearrange a lot of modules on the stream. Oh. The cone there, still not updated. We'll throw up St. Petersburg and do a little refresh here over on the recon. See how they're progressing. Well, that definitely has weakened. Yeah, this is going weaker than they expected. If that is surface at 110 or 109, that's like 125 miles an hour. But it's very sporadic data, so we may get rid of this recon, or at least postpone really showing that for now. Keep the St. Petersburg up, obviously. Yeah. This recon I'm not gonna too much into. A recon chart if needed. Okay. Apparently that one's gone to the wind. So we are going to get some of our new data coming in here in a little bit, though. Do want to check on the recon flight. That one's still heading out. But we should get some more data here in a little bit as well. So that should be fun. Let's go back on this. It's not what I was looking for. I was looking for, like, thank you. That's what we're looking for. That was spaced out nice. Oh, and we closed all of everything. So that's great. I'll only do that. Working on a trackpad is pretty effing annoying. And it's never intentional, but we're doing what we can here. And that radar on the right here will give us a pretty clear indication if we have any tornadic cells moving up into St. Petersburg or the Tampa area, depending on where some of these bands set up. Like I said, I'm not sure exactly where they will yet. It's highly dependent on a lot of different factors, depending on how much this hurricane wobbles. But time being, we will definitely try and find out some new information and see what we can get going on here. Not that one. Oh, that is a very beautiful one to do. Okay. Don't want to do that either. Thank you. effing laptop, I swear. Okay. Okay. Move it over here. So when I try and get away from the X button, it doesn't screw with me. Awesome. Now we can create a window capture. And we're going to change over to this now. But we will, not sure how you've done this before. We had moved it and then dragged it slightly. A little off center. There we go. That should work. Big, boom, boom. Yeah, this hurricane is it's still spinning like crazy. All of that outflow, especially as the sun comes up. Wow. You may want to switch over to. Well, I guess we'll leave St. Pete radar on there. Um, Till we check. That was recon. Well, I guess that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, we're gonna have to redo some of these modules here and just kind of get the recon charts. When start's gone. Yeah, but at least I know how to do it now, so. Can't. Hey. But you can't. Cats. You cannot. Okay. You can sit on me. It's fine. Buddy. Who's a good boy? A very good boy. I love you, buddy. You can sit. If you can sit. Very good. Thank you. Very good boy. Just need to not be in the effing way. Ever. Jesus Christ. What other modules do you want to throw up here? Well, satellite image clouds. How do we hide the cursor? Capture cursor. Okay. Yep, there we go. Oh, and here we go. We have a new cone. So it looks like we are looking at now a 140. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, we're at 145 miles an hour, moving northeast now, at 17 miles per hour. The cone has significantly narrowed. So we can zoom in on a different module here. But it does look like it is going to hit 20 to 30 miles south of Tampa Bay, like I was saying, on the northern half of between Tampa and Cape Coral. But that looks like to be the track so far. If we bring that back out, back to St. Petersburg. Looks like they're in a little bit of a lull here between the bands. They're going to get hit pretty good here in a little bit with some rain. The image out. And go back to that. Can shuffle that over. Expand it a little bit. Fills that. And that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Like I said, if we throw on the cone, there's the cone there. Definitely has gotten fairly disorganized here as far as things go. It does continue to go on its weakening path. Obviously having dropped down. So we'll drop that back off and throw that radar back on as that comes into St. Petersburg. We can throw over the satellite clouds. So we look at that. And we'll let the NHC do the rest of its updates here. See if we have a surge map that has been updated. Does not appear to have changed, and that is the advisory. So we can actually, I would prefer to zoom in on this one. We'll zoom out. No, we won't. But we can throw the 11 a.m. surge over here for you guys. That right there for you. Dragged out a little bit. That should be up for you all right now. Add a little more. Elusive, there you go. So there's going to be the updated surge map. Don't believe it has changed much, but that is for the new advisory. It has just come out. So we'll throw that up. Throw the 11 a.m. cone up. And then we will check some of these recon reports a little bit again, just to be sure that they hadn't found anything erroneous. No, the data is pretty incomplete over here. They did grab it this time. Like I said, I was expecting that with the winds that they had grabbed. So that's kind of in line with what we were thinking. Go back to the infrared. We'll leave it back on St. Petersburg as some of those heavier bands start coming in here. With that plume that's starting to enter that area. And I do plan on going. Well, landfall's in about 12, um, 12 to 16 hours from now, so we should be going through that. We'll see. We'll see what we can do, but it's tentatively the plan. Hop back over to the satellite image of the clouds. See those gravity waves still pumping, but to see that center of rotation definitely is better on the infrared. Oh, buddy, who's a good kitty? You're a very good boy. I know you're puttering on it. You're a very good boy. Very good kitty boy. Trying to work here, but thank you. It looks like these bands are starting to move into the St. Petersburg and Tampa Bay area. We're a little bit off to the right on that radar. We're not getting a great reading. But let's see here. Phone. That there. So like I said, the storm surge pretty much unchanged, but I'll leave that up for a little bit here. And we can change to the satellite clouds. Leave that up, a little bit different profile. So those gravity waves are crazy. Definitely has become into that stage of becoming extra tropical as it does approach, and it will continue to do that as it slightly weakens. Obviously, it is still a very strong and powerful Category 4 hurricane, but the eye has basically gone away. We may see a new eye form. I would not be surprised to see that. And where that forms may shift this track a little bit, but it seems that we're narrowing it down, especially with the storm surge map. So throw up the cone there, and then we'll turn off the clouds and go back to the infrared. A little bit different again.
I mean, I'm gonna keep making fart noises on your head if you're gonna keep drooling on my arm. Okay? Like your feet, though. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Alright, we will change off the cone back to St. Petersburg because that kind of moves into that area. And I will see if we have any access to, or I can get any other different radars or anything up here if they're on tidbits or what we got here. Oh, so I know what I want to do. Some check-ins to live feeds, but I would prefer if we just go over there. You know, that is way too many settings to do in a very small space. And it's laptops are trying to be dumb, so well, we want oh well that's actually a better one, but we want wind. Yeah, okay. Yep, that's for what I'm trying to do, that is not conducive to it. So unfortunately, I'm not gonna grab that today. But figure it out in the future. We'll switch over to that, throw up the cone again. Just give everyone another little brief kind of rundown of that. And I think I'm gonna be doing a 24-hour stream, so who knows? Can start raising money. Feel like it would be motivated enough to do it, but not doing so good so far, so for helping a good cause, I can sacrifice a little bit of sleep to help on out and raise some money, but that's not going to be the case. Then I don't know. We might have to cut it at about 12, 24. I don't know. I was looking to go 36, but we shall see. Shall see.